Hello. It's Thursday again already. How the heck did that happen? You know, how is it already Thursday? I mean, you know, considering the state of the world currently, I suppose it being Thursday is the least of my worries. But still, I'm always flummoxed when it becomes Thursday. So, yeah. But we're going to take a diversion from the real world and dive into what could only be considered some kind of disturbed fantasy, and solve a murder. Because a murder happened at the end of the last stream and we started gaining evidence, and then we got tired, so we'll have the rest of the investigation and a low-grade humming noise. Nope, that's just the game and my hot chocolate making. Right. Myself crazy. Right, okay, so, yes, so we will hopefully get enough clues to figure out who did it, because otherwise we're going to be a bit screwed if we can't figure out who did this. Wonderful, I have really smudgy glasses. I really need to clean these properly. They weren't smudgy until I sat down and then realised I couldn't see. I know I said I was going to do some extra streams this week. I mean, it's still not the end of the week, so I still could do an extra stream. But honestly, like, Monday and Wednesday, I was just whackhead. Like, ridiculously tired. Monday I fell asleep, and yesterday I just went to bed and read a couple of books because I couldn't. Like, I was tired. But today is stream day, so we found a little bit more energy. It's just magic like that. And hopefully, yeah, we will get enough evidence, have a trial, solve a murder. Right, just gonna get my hot chocolate, and then we'll start. Hot chocolate, pull my pants up. So we're invisible today because I'm tired. So I'm gonna load ongoing investigation. Let's continue. Yes. Chapter 2. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. Yes, Chihiro is the dead one. We already have 3 deaths. 4 deaths now. We had 3 deaths before. Dunko got killed because she didn't want to participate. And Sahara. I am really bad with the names. Sayaka got killed because she tried to kill Leon and frame me, but instead Leon killed her, and it was self-defense up to the point where he went to get a screwdriver to get her out the bathroom. So he then got caught in the last trial. And yeah, and Junko just didn't want to participate, so she was impaled. But now we have a death inspired by a secret that someone didn't want. And someone we really liked as well. We're going to end up with all the people we don't like left, aren't we? So, yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. So far the evidence we have is that we thought, because it was in the girls' locker room, it could have only been a girl that did it. However, we found out that the dead students' data pads, which is how you enter the locker room, were actually just in the postbox here. And people had obviously found them and used one of the girls' ones to get in the girls' locker room. Because it would have been really stupid to use their own, because that could have been traced. So it could have been anyone, not just one of the girls. I don't know why she was chosen, probably because she went to the weight room, so it would have been someone she asked to go to the weight room with her. Who would she have trusted? And it wasn't a swimmer or martial arts person. So, Aoi, or Hina, or Sakura, because they'd asked her to train during the day. It would have been, I'm fairly certain it's not one of them. I'm also fairly certain at the moment that it's not Mondo. Because he promised to stop being mean to her, or something of the effect, and real men keep their promises. He has a weird sense of honor, but I'm willing to believe that he wouldn't have killed her. And I'm fairly certain that Taka, who is the ultimate moral compass, didn't either at this point, because it would just go completely against his character, and I don't think he's broken yet. Not saying he won't break later, but I'm fairly certain he's not broken yet. So this is us. We know it wasn't us. He is currently trying to solve the case with us. Doesn't mean he didn't do it, but he's decided this time he's being the detective. He's basically ultimate privilege guy. We've decided it's not him, biker guy. Ah, hi the Dan. Okay, let me just finish going through the students, saying which ones I think it might be, and then I will give you a recap. He's dead. I don't like him. He's creepy. It could have been him. But would Chihiro have asked him to go work out with her? I'm not sure. Him? I really don't know. He's a bit of a thingy. Actually, we'll go back to the beginning since you've just come in. So this is me. This is Taka. Taka is the ultimate moral compass. He is fairly blunt and naive, and at the moment hasn't broken, so fairly certain he's fine. This guy, ultimate privilege guy, he basically was born into money. He's been a bit of a loner this chapter. He decided that there was no point in working together because everyone's for themselves, and he's been hiding out in the library, which we unlocked on the second floor. So it could be him, but he wants to solve the murder, so for now we'll just make sure he doesn't hide anything. This is the biker guy. He's a little bit of a weird, like a out of left field type person. Him and Taka had like a man-off in the sauna, and now they're best buds. He made a promise to Chihiro that, you know, he would stop being a dick, I think, and said real men don't break their promises. So fairly certain he's not. He has weird hair as well, but I'm fairly certain he's not done it. I mean, the thing is that we don't know. So backtracking a little bit, before the murder, everyone got an envelope with apparently a dirty secret that got dug out about them from their previous life. And said that if no one was killed in 24 hours, then all the secrets would be revealed. So I'm making these based on the fact that I know none of the secrets except my own, which apparently I wet the bed until 5th grade. I don't think that's a particularly bad secret, but potentially someone had a secret that they would kill for. It's not going to be Leon because he was the murderer in the last chapter and he got balled to death. Literally, baseballs pummeled him to death. This is creepy porno guy. I don't like him. He creeps me out. That's about all I got to say about that. He's a clairvoyant, except that he doesn't appear to be clairvoyant, so not quite sure what's going on there. He's a bit of a unknown at this point. Sayaka was the pop sensation. She was our friend. We knew her from school. She tried to set us up and kill Leon, and Leon turned the tables and killed her. She died in the last chapter. Kayoko helped us solve Sayaka's murder. We don't know anything about her, except that she's lost something or someone. I thought she might be detective, but apparently we're just alternating people with detectives. Hina is the ultimate swimmer. She seems fairly perky and, you know, straightforward. Her and Sakura offered to work out with Chihiro, so unlikely that she would have not accepted that offer, but then asked her to go with her at midnight or whatever, 2 a.m. to work out. Toko is a writer, writes romance, is like mega paranoid and really like creepy in a different way. Undecided, feels like she's got a secret. Could she kill? I mean, possibly. This girl was tiny. Sakura is awesome. I love her. She's the ultimate martial artist. Again, seems fairly honourable. Probably not her. Celestia is gambler. Could be her. But she seems fairly honest about being, you know, dishonest. Says gambling's about luck, thinks we'll be good at it. Junko is dead because she didn't want to participate, so she got impaled. And Chihiro is the person we're trying to solve her murder. Okay, so... Right, recap. We thought we were going to a new school called Hope's Peak. We arrived at said school, blacked out, and woke up in hell. And then this giant demonic teddy bear came and said that who is Monokuma, said that basically the only way to get out is to kill someone and not be found out. Blackened. And you get to graduate, which means leave. And then there's a whole rules about class trials and stuff. But yeah, so there were a whole bunch of students. There are 15, so 14 other people other than us that have been transported or just something happened. Because it's a different... Oh, you remember the first stream. Okay, so last stream... we started off doing some talkie and I'm like, oh, I'm not really getting into this game. And then we found a dead body. We found a dead body in our shower. Our shower! After we switched rooms. And then we got to get clues and then a trial. And then we accused Leon and he did it and he's dead. And it was very cool. And then I'm like, now I'm hooked. And then, yeah. So then there's the next stream, which was Tuesday. Because that was Sunday. Sunday I got hooked. So then I was like, I'm streaming this all this week. I would have done more, except that I've been really freaking tired. On Monday I fell asleep. And yesterday I just went to bed early. So yeah, Tuesday, we started chapter 2 on Tuesday. It was the 22nd of the 2nd of 2022. And it was a Tuesday and we were playing chapter 2. It was all twos. It was great. So we did some exposition. We talked to some people. We unlocked the second floor, which has a library. Bayakura went weird and decided he was going to just research in the library on his own. I think he just wanted to read books. He just found a really good book and wanted to read. And yeah, then Monokuma was like, I'm bored. He called us to the gym. He says, I'm bored. Kill someone or else. And then he's like, to sweeten the pot, I'm going to give you an envelope that contains a secret. And if no one dies within 24 hours, I'm going to reveal all the secrets. We decided we were going to share the secrets because we didn't care, and then no one wanted to share the secrets. The previous way he got people to kill was a videotape basically threatening our loved ones, which may or may not have been faked. And that's what prompted Sayaka to try and at least kill Leon and frame us to get out because her friends, her family looked like they'd been attacked. So this time there's a secret, and Chihiro, poor thing, who was kind of scared and very depressed, ultimate programmer. I really liked her. She was cute, and she was like less than 5 foot. She's now dead. She got bashed over the head with a dumbbell in the girls' locker room. So I did at first think that she could only have been killed by one of the girls because you had to swipe your handbook to get in. But then we found that there were the handbooks of the dead people in the mailbox in the front thing. So anyone could have swiped one of the 2 dead girls' handbooks and gotten into the locker room, and probably did that even if it was a girl anyway, just because if you were the only one that swiped in with Chihiro, it was going to be really bloody obvious that you did it. And one of the handbooks is broken, and that's Leon's. But apparently it's unbreakable, so there's a mystery there. So there we go. We're caught up. I think. So we are just following Bayaka at this point. That's not how you pronounce his name. I just can't remember how you pronounce it, so that's what I'm saying. Bayakura. Anyway, I'm butchering the names. I'm very bad at them. But yeah. So that catches you up. So I got very excited. I mean, my VODs are on YouTube if you want to watch something while you're convalescing. But that is basically it in a nutshell. We're solving a Moida! And we have Moida and Storytime emotes. If you're subbed. Because, you know, we're now topical. And the Storytime one is really cute. So yes. And I'm glad you're back home. Or at least, you know, out of hospital. And I hope you are recovering nicely. And I'm glad that, you know, you didn't die from the acid in your stomachs and in your whatever. And that now you can hopefully get good treatment and that will be all good. Because, yeah, world shit enough. Don't need to lose a damn. That would be really cool. Okay, I forgot what he said before then. Luckily, there is a transcript. So, yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Not quite? What do you mean, not quite? Yeah, so loaning is prohibited, but there's nothing... Yeah. Nothing prohibitive about borrowing or stealing, and something is broken, and that's kind of confusing. So, why? Oh yeah, and we've been collecting gifts and coins and stuff. Because why not? At least we got to give Chihiro a gift before she died. Yes, no losing of the Dan. We did not want to lose it. Oh, jeez, I keep on hitting. I just put it in auto. Don't want auto. I want to pay attention and not randomly jab buttons. Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely... Oh, so that... hang on. Did I say something? Oh my gosh. My brain is a little bit all over the place. Alright. What do you mean by that? By here. To be exact, not quite. Okay. Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Oh yeah! So also it seems like Chihiro has been murdered by a serial killer who may be in the school with us, or someone imitating the serial killer, because Bloodless was written on the door and someone said something about that being a serial killer. So it is possible that the girl that I like, I personally, not my character, that we don't know who they are, is the serial killer, and that could be why they're here, but that's really weird. Or it could be any of the others, or it could be him. Probably not. He's a dick, but he's unlikely to be a serial killer. The only thing you're losing is the friends and to-do list. Oh, I am absolutely slaying it this month in RTPL. 21 is pretty damn good. Sadly, I'm like down to 8th. No, not 8th. 6th. Can't read. Which is a bit poo. Out of the achievements I've got left, the one in this one I'm not going to get in time. But I'm still playing it because it's awesome. The one in Canarium I probably can get. It depends on whether I want to or not. It's not that far into the game, I don't think. And also, we made a new friend. Pentaven, this is Dan. Dan, this is Pentaven. Pentaven has played the Danganronpa games and is very excited that I'm excited. Yes, exactly. A serial killer in the school? How unexpected. Oh yeah, I had a really good month with this competition. The 4 that are left, I don't know whether I'm going to go for. 2 of them, aside from this one, I think are just too long for me to want to put in the time. And one of them, I could. It's not that far, probably take me a couple of hours. Just don't know whether I want to. So yeah. So yes. So, I also want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack, if we can, and who killed your hero, and complete another chapter. So the goal for today is complete chapter 2. And also have hot chocolate. Check. It's salted caramel and clementine. Oh my god, like the best hot chocolate in the world. And also I have peach cobbler tea, which is also amazing. So we're doing really well. And I just had pasta, and now I'm hiccuping it, which is less fun. But hey. Everyone is here. It's Thursday. You know, the world is on fire, but we have Moida. Moida is always, you know. Yeah. And new emotes. New emotes are cute. So there we go. Then you really think? You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed your hero? Lady McGree! Hi, Lady McGree!
Don't make
Hi,
me repeat
Teak.
myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. A murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right?
What?
There's no one else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking them suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. Teak is being a butt! But... She's trying to kill your mouse. Your computer mouse, I'm assuming. Not an actual mouse. It's very cliche. Well, she is a cat. Cats do like mice. I mean, even if a cat is being a butt, I am still going to love them because I'm obsessed with cats. It's now... What are we today? Thursday. It's now 2 weeks until I get to see cats again. Not the movie. My brother's cats. I'm cat sitting in 2 weeks. And I hit. Live action Tom and Jerry. Let us sit down. I mean, clearly, you know, we all know that the cats are in charge and we're just on Earth to serve them, right? They're like a ghost. Alright. Attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people. That's got to be an urban legend. I mean, honestly, we're assuming it's a guy because most serial killers are the ones that have been caught male. There are female serial killers are a rarity statistically, but that could just mean that they are less likely to be caught. But there is one person, and I'm just speculating out loud here. I'm not asking for any answers. This is me with no knowledge of this series beyond demonic teddy bear. Hi, Havoc! this Kyoko could be it. We don't know who she is the ultimate of. And it would just be my luck that the one character that I am obsessed with because she's a giant mystery. Well, I mean, it could be, Dan. It could be that there's a whole bunch of women out there killing people. They're just very good at it and don't get caught. But yeah, from the known serial killers, the very, very small fraction are female. So it would be an interesting twist if it was Kyoko. I don't want to know. If anyone knows, don't tell me, because I want this to unravel. Because we're going to find out who did the killing, and then we'll find out if they were Genocide Jack by the end of this chapter. So hopefully by the end of the stream we will know. I really wanted to be the ultimate detective, but considering that Bayakyu is now being detective, I think she just took the lead on the last one out of curiosity. It was Jesse! Well, Jesse's not here, so he can't defend himself. So yeah. Still, could one of us really be a demented psychotic killer like that? I mean, why not? We're a demented psychotic school, which did change. So we came into one school that looked completely different, passed out somehow, and then woke up effectively somewhere else, but not somewhere else. So like it had windows and a door, and now it has a giant vault. So we could still be at the school, or we could have been transported. It could be a whole nonary game situation. Yeah, exactly, Pentavan. It could be that she's the ultimate serial killer, and that's why she picked it up for the first trial. That is currently a speculation. I don't want it to be true, but that's... Honestly, that's my speculation at this point. I would like to be pleasantly surprised and it not be. Maybe it'll be Hifumi. I really don't like Hifumi. I want him to die. Or Tokar. But yeah. That's possibly what I'm leaning towards at this point. But anyway, if I don't stop babbling and get on with the story, I'm never going to find out. You're not wrong to wonder. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Okay, then show me! What do you mean by that, Bayakyu? To be exact, not quite. Oh, what? No, show me what?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Hi, Leaky. Yes, so we have Moida and story time. It's Moida story time, and we have emotes for both of those, and they're adorable. I've read this. It said he could prove it. Okay. What? Because at this point, do I just exit? Ah. There's more here waiting to be checked. Okay. I mean, we've already checked everywhere. A stabby story time. Yes, but there's emotes. So unless we were unconscious a very long time and someone came in and like bolted all the windows shut and put in a door thing. Okay. Do I just go through the conversation and not ask him about Genocide Jack?
Don't make me repeat.
Ah, there we go. There is more conversation. And I have a basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. They're really proof. There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed your hero. Evidence? Does something like that really? Hey, you two! Big trouble! Need your help! No!
I don't have time to play with you.
Okay, he put it better. We're busy. Leave us alone.
I mean...
But it's an emergency! Emergency! Come on, please, you gotta help me. She went to take... So... Oh yeah, so we have... Toko, creepy writer romance girl. She faints at the sight of blood. Possibly legit, possibly not. So, Ayo and... someone? Taka? I think it was Taka. Took her back to her room. So, right, what's wrong?
Please!
This is a serious emergency. Please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina?
Because, I mean...
It's an emergency! Yes, tell me what's happened?
Well...
Oh, something's... Oh, yes! She fainted, and then she woke up, and it was kind of like she was a different person. So it could be like a dissociative identity disorder, DID type situation, where one of her personalities faints at the sight of the blood, but other is a psychotic serial killer. That's another possibility, and I don't like Toko. She creeps me out. Like, she's like super self-deprecating. So, yeah. Anyway, something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier. She's been acting strange for the past several days. What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Didn't expect that. I thought for sure you said no and that'd be the end of it. I said self-deprecating. I nearly said the other thing. And then I caught myself. Okay, come on, hurry. Wait for us,
Let's
Hina.
go.
It looked like she headed to the dorms, to Toko's room most likely. You're right. Okay.
Such ignorance.
Talking to the wrong person. Okay, well, she's there. You guys are too slow. I think you're just too fast. So, what's this emergency?
So,
Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, you know, see how she was doing. But when we did, you feel like poop. I'm sorry, you feel like poop, Leaky. The world is poop right now, so, you know. It was weird. She refused to come out and she kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Okay. Bing bong. I may as well give it a shot. Leaky, I recommend some hot chocolate. It won't solve the world's problems, it'll make you feel better. Hopefully. The door swung open slowly and silently. Oh yeah, so one person can only kill 2 other people, just so we don't get a mass slaughter. Semi-transparent. Well, it's green! My mug is green! Holy crap. An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you holding yourself up in your room.
leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
He sounds a little like Ash from Pokemon.
Won't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Okay, awesome. It's a dissociative identity disorder type situation. And it's not Detective Lady. Yes, very happy about that. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. So it was Toko. But not Toko. But also Toko. What was that? She's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago... I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down her door. But it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door. Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Oh no, I think it's her! And it's like a multiple personality thing. Dissociative identity disorder. I think it's her, and I think Genocide Jack is another aspect of her. Which would be kind of cool, I guess. Though it would be really nice if the media didn't keep portraying DID people as serial killers. They've made enough films about that sort of thing. In fact, there was like an entire film that just played out inside someone's head that was about a serial killer personality. It was like a little girl as well. It was inside a guy. Split with guy that was in 12 Minutes and Professor X in X-Men, the younger version, not Patrick. Oh my god. My brain is screwed lately. It's been so tired. Jean-Luc Picard. Fuck's the actor's name? Someone help me out. Patrick. Is it Patrick? Stewart. Patrick Stewart. There we go. Not Patrick Stewart, the other guy that plays Professor X in X-Men. Thanks, Leaky. Who's also in 12 Minutes. Who's in the film Split. Plays person with DID. Because we say DID, not MPD, because dissociative identity disorder. That's the official term. Anyway, that's beside the point. I really wish the media would stop portraying people with mental illnesses as being dangerous. Some people are, but James McAvoy, thanks Dan. Yeah, Split with James McAvoy. I'm fairly certain that's the right thing. There's also another one, but I can't think of it right now. That's the one that comes to mind. You know, there are a lot more neurotypical people who are sociopaths than there are neurodiverse people who are. But we get maligned a lot in the media. So anyway. So there we go. So that's I'm getting very distracted today. My brain is very distracted. It's alternating between being absolutely exhausted and apparently being very distracted. I'm having a very, very, very ASD brain day. Anyway, does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that why Toko's scared?
But
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her? I don't know. It's fine, it's just me. Every week, I know, right, Dan? This is not the first time I've forgotten his name. I have faulty short-term memory, and apparently it's affecting long-term storage. So there we are. My computer is slow. Hi. Hey. Bayuki, you think you could ask her to come out of her room, you mean?
That's fine.
Sure, whatever. Huh? You gonna talk to her, Bayuki? Well, I guess you can be nice when you want to. No, he just knows she's got a crush on him, and he's manipulative. Bayuki stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After a few moments.
what do you want?
Leave me alone. You're all so annoying. Bacula?
It's Byakuya.
Byakuya. Yeah. I've been saying it wrong, but then I was saying the other names wrong, so I apologize. I'm sorry I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. Without the door slammed shut. Promise. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on. What was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Let's go. Without waiting for a reply, sped away. I'm just not going to pronounce his name anymore. Hey! I heard to catch up. Byakuya. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. Can we finally look in the archive? I remember on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here?
Let's go.
It'll all make sense once you're inside. Cool. As I've looked at the other bit of the library so many times. My god, there's more books. There's so many books and files. So much dust.
So, in other words...
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. Okay, what do we got? So... There's a wooden box. It's empty. Judging by the smudges, there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. Extension cord, huh? For the light. It's a desk lamp. Yeah, it's the same one I saw him using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? I said before, I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I put it to good use. And we got a coin! We've got books. Tight with files, pick one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file.
That's right.
That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? It's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I return the file to the shelf. Okay, so what's on this file? Files.
That's enough.
These documents are dangerous. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean like members of the Diet or something? No, I mean one with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There's some very interesting people in there. Well, it's probably James McAvoy, but thank you. Thank you for adding a command. I appreciate that, Vicky. You're just kidding, right? Am I? I'll just let it go for now. I think we need the day command today. I'm very much feeling the day command. There's a ton of thick stuff to shelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing that any normal person would never want to look at. Be careful. What do you mean? All those files are the investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind you'd expect to leak. Oh. So are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? Exactly. It is Thursday, and I don't know how it is Thursday again already. Time is progressing way too quickly. Like, ridiculously quickly. I mean, it's full of stuff that shouldn't be here. How is it here? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here.
Interesting.
It's home. Classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would see. It's magnificent. This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit in your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. It's not that. It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have to pull this all together? I suppose it goes to show just how much power Hope's Peak truly wields, or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's all too unreal. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like this are usually impossible. What do you mean usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple. These things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? What makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, so there's no doubt. Okay, hold on a second. You say you read all these documents more than once? In a day? 2 days maybe at most. I mean, I read fast, but not. I read fast. I'm sure that's possible. Yeah, but all this has to be like top secret confidential stuff, so why? My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. Is that possible?
So, in other words,
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council, and I have within me the bloodline that will allow me one day to bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim without a doubt that these materials gathered here are the real thing. This is beyond believing or not believing. Like, yeah, it's actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what always interested me most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. Oh, I suppose if it's the same files, then yeah, he could have realistically read them several times, but still. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. And amongst all those reports, one of my recent favourites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
that's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarise the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that every crime scene the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Okay, so if this is genuine, the only person that would have known that, because I assume they'd keep that out of the media, would be the murderer and him, because he's read the files. So it's probably a genuine thing. Bloodless is written in blood, and the victim's body is suspended. It's exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise, the best part is yet to come. The second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were the members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, no one in the media ever found out. In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer itself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. So how could the killer have known? I mean, clearly it's the killer. Clearly it's Genocide Jack then. How could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
Right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So in other words,
The culprit isn't a copycat killer, it's the real Genocide Jack.
in other words,
That's right, there's the evidence. The Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is. Such a brutal, fiendish killer really is walking around among us.
interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? Never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
You get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Okay. Please tell me. About that Genocide Jack case file. Do you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. He handed me the file and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly my hand stopped. I'd reached the page where photos from the scene of each crime had been collected. Oh god. There's no scissors though. Same scissors that were later used to attach. Stabbed multiple times. So there's no scissors in this though. Maybe they couldn't get scissors? The names of the victims ran on for several pages. Oh god, so many people. There was no end to it. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. I mean, the writing looks about the same, but there's no scissors. At the scene of every murder, the word bloodless was left in the victim's own blood. And take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page? To the shocked face again. Profiling results. All of the crimes took place on either weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time was to take place on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, could we suggest the suspect may be a student? Okay, evidence suggests the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behaviour suggests there we go. The suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. I'm getting ahead of myself here. DID.
So, in other words...
Yeah. The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. Split personality, like the kind of thing you see on TV. No, like the kind of thing that happens in real life. You stop vilifying them. So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up until now. Maybe it isn't. Dunno. I feel like my mind's gone numb. Okay.
Let's go.
So, I mean, how long has the killing been going on? Because there can't be thousands. She's like... Okay, it doesn't say how old she is, but like 17? 18? You know, this is a school. You know, at the most. So, also tiny. Tiny. Should get Greg sued. Going. Anyway, out here, we've finished our business here, haven't we? Wait! As usual, he turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. This is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. It's all of a sudden like that.
I don't have time to play with you.
Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro, and that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find it out no matter what it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene. The girls' locker room, and I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find anything I can. Okay, so who's where? Is anyone up here? Game. Okay, so we're on the right floor for the pool hall. Also, we will need to go to the warehouse and the dining room. And there's two people there. Okay. So yeah, how has everyone's weeks been? Aside from everything, you know. Oh my god. Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
And another stat increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet.
That's it.
But I guarantee that what I find will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. If you're saying his, then you're not found it. You sure about that? Oh yes, Miss Ludenberg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too. I did a lot of berating the media for portraying people with DID as serial killers a lot of the time. And now I'm fairly convinced that it's Toko. Which makes me happier because I don't like Toko. She creeps me out. And it's legit that she creeps me out if she's also a serial killer. So, there we go. But yes, and BioQ is, you know, being pompous as usual. So we're going to talk to everyone else. Ludenberg, that's Celeste, yeah, I think. Really? What did she see?
Well,
She refused to
it
tell me. It's
would
like when a girl
seem-
bullies a boy she likes, right? No. So where's Celeste now? The warehouse by the dorm. She was there, but at the same time not there. What's it gonna be? I don't know. He's not telling us anything. Let's do a wee. There's no donuts. Flotation devices. I was hoping for some thingamies. Like records. Let's look in the boys' locker room first. Hang on. That's a different picture. Someone switched the pictures because I was like, oh, there's porn in the girls' room. But that was obviously in the girls' room before. Tornado. Somehow it doesn't quite fit in with the boys' locker room. I know, someone switched the posters. Can we not have that as a clue? That's surely a big clue. And there's a strange stain on the carpet. Poop? Oh, maybe she was killed in here. No, why would they switch the posters? Because of the blood. There are always certain roles that need to be fulfilled. Fair enough. I mean, there's a standard sort of set of personality tropes that are in every sort of these sort of games, so yeah. I mean, yeah, Dan, it could, but you know, if you want to talk about it, you can. We're just happy you're okay. So it could be that actually she was killed in here, and then someone switched out the poster because it got blood on it, and the carpet. That is a possibility. So the poster's not a clue, but the carpet's a clue. There's this weird ass locker over here, which is totally going to be a clue at some point. No. Oh. Okay, so nothing to discover in there. So let's try the girls' locker room. The big-breasted swimsuit model is kind of noticeable. Girls' locker room. But wait, that reminds me of the poster in the other locker room. There's definitely something strange about this. But I know that yesterday, because I looked in it. I'm glad you've got at least a week. You know, she'd take more time to recover if you need it, but I'm glad you've got time off to recover. Yeah, because we looked in the locker room. Ooh. Permitted term, pervert. There we go. Yes, pervert, superstitious, and group leader. Yeah. Yeah, because we looked in all the rooms upstairs several times. I saw this poster in the boys' locker room. So I know that this was in the boys' locker room and someone switched it. The fact that it's got blood on makes me think... Yes, those are the chat rolls too. Yeah. Yeah. So I know that this poster was in the other room, so someone switched it, which means that she wasn't killed in here. Someone switched the carpet and the poster, but why? Why was she killed in the boys' locker room and then moved to the girls' locker room? That is a thing. Could the posters have been switched? If they were, why? What reason? Maybe I should talk to someone who knows about the locker rooms. Yes, I'm going to talk to... Yes, definitely. But we're going to look and see if there's any more clues. Bloodlust, Genocide Jack. Yep. On the carpet. The dumbbell. Yeah, but there's no scissors. Dead body. It's Chihiro's body. Right, so let's talk. You spent a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay, then let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker room could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never really paid any attention to the posters. You see.
However...
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time. Someone switched the carpets. There's protein coffee. That's what the stain is in the boys' room. Why would someone switch the carpets on the posters? Did someone switch the entire room? That'd be weird. I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. We have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
Of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. Disappearing stain. Yeah, someone switched the carpets. Okay. Do you work out? Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need is to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Shugo did, which I guess explains the trip down here. Did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. Dunno, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. Chihiro's complex, where did it come from? I'm guessing she was bullied, honestly. Hey, Kyoku, have you made any progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking.
However...
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
Well...
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But...
So then...
Before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
Goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. So, yeah, I mean, someone could have used... There were 2 dead girls and 1 dead boy. So there were 3 handbooks that could have been used to get into either of the locker rooms. But why would Chihiro have been in the boys' locker room? To be killed in there. Did she steal Leo's? And then did someone put it back? And then in fact, is it actually Leo's or is it Chihiro's? Did someone maybe drop it in the pool? I don't know. Lots of speculation. I know I should just get on with it, but I like speculating. I'd be praying for your success. The first time a novel had caught you truly off guard. Interesting. You novel like a book? Oh, you mean like the visual novel? Got ya. When we get to the end of the chapter, you can tell me what caught you off guard. Sorry, my brain is a little all over the place today. With that, she left the locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body. And a handbook is missing? That's definitely worth worrying about. Okay, I'll get you in lots of truth bullets. I don't know how many we can get. I want to go talk to Hina. Okay, one more time, thoroughly. Do you have my limits? Give it a shot. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. Huh? The rope has a plug. You get caught off guard by Dan Brown novels. I mean, Dan... Honestly, actually... I think Is it Inferno? Wasn't it? I went to see Inferno at the cinema, not realizing it was a Dan Brown book, and did get caught off guard by that. Okay, I'll know when you reveal it. The rope has a plug. It could be the power cord that... That's fine. Lurking is fine. Thanks for the host, Leaky. Yeah, there's always an obvious bad guy, but it's not actually a bad guy. It's just they're bad at acting not bad. Yeah. Power cord. There was a power cord. Pompous guy mentioned it. There was a power cord in the box in the archive. It was missing. I assumed he'd used it for the light. The rope has a plug. Not a rope. The only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right, there's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. First, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack files, something's not quite right. Yeah, there's no scissors. And no stab wounds. And the good guy is always banned like the Scottish priest in the Vatican. What was the actor's name again? The Scottish priest in the Vatican? I mean, I know Tom Hanks was the guy that played the main guy. You expect me to remember who played a Scottish priest in the Vatican when I couldn't even remember James McAvoy? Unless it was James McAvoy. Was it James McAvoy who was a Scottish priest in the Vatican? Okay. Honestly, I've seen the movies like once. I preferred the books. The movies weren't that bad, actually. Oh, the other guy. Okay. Are we talking about Tom Hanks or the Scottish guy in the Vatican? Because I don't know if I know that. You're going to have to look him up. Yeah. So it's like Genocide Jack, but not Genocide Jack. What does it all mean? Step for the dead body. One thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. To figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case files one time. We're going to the library. And we can't afford to deviate because... Except that we need to talk to Celestia downstairs. It was Ewan McGregor! Oh! Yes. It was Ewan. Ewan! That's a good point, he was. I'd forgotten about that. Do we need to look at the desk and the lamp? Lamp. The lamp won't turn on. It's not plugged in. That cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. The last time I saw it was definitely on and it was definitely right here. Yeah, there was an extension cord. He was using an extension cord. There's none here now. There we go. I knew there was something with that. Is that a plug socket? No. It is a plug socket, but it's not going to give me a thingy for it. Okay. Iwa Woo Woo. Edward Woodward? Who's Edward Woodward? Okay, no, I was trying to go for the box. There we go. Wooden box, extension cord was in there before. No power cord for that. Iwa Woo-wa. I don't know who Edward Woodward is offhand. There's one here somewhere. It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? Can't think of anyone but by IKEA. He said he wasn't going to though. Unless someone put it back in the wrong place. Why does he have so many D's in it? I feel like that's a penis pun. Okay, library, archive. Right, we've looked in there. Because otherwise he'd be you are, we were. Yeah, okay, so warehouse and the dining hall. So we're going downstairs. But who is he? I'm blanking on who he is. I should talk to Celestia. Okay. Back when he was relevant. Okay. I don't know who he is. I've heard Iwa Wuwa before. TV actor? Oh, okay. Just don't know what's relevant. Okay, right. You have what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life, from food to clothes to towels, and an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. And you did find something. Very well, I will tell you and only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What, really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
The bag of gym stuff?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have happened. Get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room last night at night to exercise without anyone knowing. The strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. To the incinerator! Okay. Okay. Try the dining hall first, because Hina was in there. And she might know about the poster in the gym. Oh yeah, Hina, what's Toko doing? Famous before, she won't come out and she just keeps mumbling about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimmy and I was getting pretty hungry.
Yeah!
But don't worry, I'm going to head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating?
Huh?
A donut, of course. Of course. There's two things I'm sure God created, outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I should have tried to spend more time with her. Oh! Cat! I like cats. What is your cat called and what do they look like? Very important questions. Remember him Hot Fuzz. Oh, and he died. Okay. I'm not... Honestly, I have no face in my head. And Hot Fuzz... I mean... I just remember Simon Pegg and what's his face. Not James McAvoy. But Simon Pegg and his friend, who were in Spaced. Should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well...
She was a little bit strange, didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It's like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
It's true, and it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? I don't know, she talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? Sadly, that's fairly common for like 90s. Nick Frost! There we go. Her name is Cosette. She's a tiger Himalayan ragdoll. Oh, is she fluffy? She sounds very floofy. I feel like I need to request that you join the Discord so that you can share pictures of the floof, but please don't feel obligated to. But also floof. She sounds adorable. Discord floof. I mean, ragdolls are fairly massive cats. So are Himalayan, as far as I remember. I mean, tiger, as in a literal tiger, is massive. So, you know. I mean, it's kind of a product of like 80s and 90s. So like, because I used to get on a ton better with guys than I did with girls. And it was like a whole weird society thing. Also, I was a giant geek and, you know, just felt like I had more in common with guys. It was very weird situation. They are very floofy. Yes. Oh wait, maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You think so? I never really thought I was that kind of girl. I thought because she was a programmer, maybe that was why she just felt more comfortable with guys. She was hanging out with Mondo, but you know, and that fortune teller guy. So we've got her account. Ding dong, bing bong. No, I wanted to go find the. Okay.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
I feel like I could have found more stuff, but you know, well,
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The class trial. You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
Begin the class trial, or it's about to begin. Red door is right through here. At least we didn't get accused this time. Because that was really annoying last time. I thought it was us. Yeah, Toko's not here. So is everybody ready to... What? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Toko's not here. And Toko is the killer. You ready to remember?
Come on!
Kidding, I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? Okay. Small flute break. Oh. Such a cute floof. I want to boop. I want to boop the floof. Oh. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm just kidding. Could I forget that little job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time. Yeah, because she did it.
What are you
Okie
gonna
dokie.
do?
I'll go ahead and drag her out of here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. And just like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you were drinking going around. Oh. So now everybody's here, right? Okay then. Hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, let's get going. It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm, so meek. No one had any problems with her. Oh, cuddle cat. Oh, she sounds amazing. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. I mean, considering everyone else is fairly large and Toko's size. makes sense that she'd pick off a small defenseless kid, but why in the guys' locker room? Why was she killed in the boys' locker room though? Maybe that's all of a misdirect. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to get sideswiped by something. Someone standing right here.
Hey, come on.
Got us so worked up. Ooh, give you plenty to work with. Show us for how far your logic can take us. Something odd about Toko's behaviour. I don't think the shock is enough to explain. There wasn't much help on this one. I think you were. No choice, we had to do this. Yes. I gave her a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. Oh, I didn't need to look at the elevator, but never mind. Here we are. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. Oops. Oh, I think I got it in time. I accidentally dripped my hot chocolate nearly onto my Snorlax. Okay. Well, what do I know so far? She was killed in the boys' locker room. We know this because the posters were swapped and the carpets were swapped. She was hung up with a power cord taken from the library. Bloodlust was written on the walls, which is in the vein of Genocide Jack. However, Genocide Jack victims were stabbed with scissors, custom made, and then hung up with the scissors. She was hung up with a power cord and hit on the head with a dumbbell, which may have also been swapped. There's a missing tracksuit. There's a whole thing with the e-handbooks and the fact that hers is missing. And the dead people's ones was in the entry hall, so anyone could have used them to get into either of the locker rooms. It seems like Toko may have DID and possibly have Genocide Jack as a second personality. Her primary personality faints at the sight of blood. But she has been acting very strange. There's something going on with Byakuya. He knew about the files, so therefore he knew about the Genocide Jack thing. He was in the library, and Toko is obsessed with him. Sakura and Hina offered to work out with Chihiro before. She said no. But again, if they'd done it, it would have been in the girls' locker room, you know. But of the boys, I don't know. I guess Toko and Byakuya, I guess? Why would a Chihiro have asked Byakuya? I don't know. And then there's Kotoa, Kyoto. Sorry, I'm butchering names because I'm very bad with them. Who is still a bit of a mystery. Celeste saw her and knew she was going to the gym. Hafumi thinks he's found something that proves it conclusively, but said he. And I am fairly certain that Toko is Genocide Jack, which makes her my prime suspect, but the differences and the fact that the case files are now missing and the fact that anyone could have gone into the archive and found those, especially after it got brought up. I forget who brought it up. Possibly Hina. Got brought up in one of the previous conversation parts about a serial killer. Maybe it was Junko. I don't know. Someone brought it up and we were talking about Genocide Jack. I don't remember why. There was a reason. I probably can remember it if I think about it hard enough, but psychic guy, clairvoyant guy who's a bit useless. I don't think he's got anything to do with it. He doesn't have much of a personality. He's sort of there as a filler character, and I'm fairly certain he'll be dead at some point. Mondo, I really don't think I mean, I think he probably could have bashed her over the head with a dumbbell. I don't think he would have strung her up like that. Same with Taka. Moral compass hasn't broken yet that we can see. Celeste, devious, could have done something. No motive. Someone has a secret that they don't want to get out. I mean, it would make sense that if Toko's was she's Genocide Jack, that she would kill for it, and it would make sense to kill in the style of Genocide Jack. Chihiro sort of wanted to share her secret. She wasn't brave enough. My secret's pathetic. Really is. Not really a secret. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I do think it's Toko. I did think it was Kyoto because I was like, that would just be like a kick in the face to me, that she's actually the ultimate serial killer. It just seems so weird, like the ultimate romance writer is actually also a serial killer. And then there's privileged pompous guy that knows more than he's letting on. As much as I hate Hifumi, I don't think it's him. No one would necessarily ask him to work out. I don't know. But yeah, it's weird. So as it goes on, we'll see. But at the moment, Toko's acting pretty suspicious. I don't really have a decent second suspect. The steel box sank heavy with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. There's too many oddities, differences, that makes me think someone's trying to frame, but also that unless, like, she saw Genocide Jack and that's why she's gone weird. Oh, exercise equipment. Yeah, I doubt Hifumi could yet. I don't even suspect Sakura. Like, she's not even anywhere on my list. Her and Taka, I think, are fairly whatever, and Clairvoyant Guy is just so non-personality that he's not even a blip in my mind right now. I mean, it is possible that Taka saw something, Toko saw something at some point, and the DID is related to trauma. But it's also possible that she's also a serial killer. But it's also possible that someone, on having heard about that, found the archive because, you know, I mean, Bayakura was in there, but, you know, it doesn't mean that someone else couldn't have gone in at other point curious. But he's the only other one really that has, like, knowledge. So, yeah. It's almost like someone with sort of knowledge but not knowledge. I don't know. And we're just going to have to find out. Anyway, as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation, because the elevator is an inanimate object. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop. I might need to take a quick bathroom break before we get started with the trial. Okay, right, actually that's what we're going to do. So we're going to save. We're just going to save over that one. Okay, so just going to take a quick tea break. Stretch, hydrate, take a convenience break, whatever you need. I will be back in a few minutes and then we will get on with the trial. Mondo's hair looks like corn on the cob. Hi, Trevor. Yes, it is ridiculous. Ridiculous hair. Okay. Isn't it fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get the over with.
Very nice.
Good, good, good. You're raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay, then let's get this show.
thrills, chills, kills!
Everyone, please find your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened once again. Deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. Do you want to save? Okay, yeah. I'll just save it in a new slot. At this point, I'm just saving because saving. Okie dokes. Open handbook. Yeah, it's not going to give us anything. Set skills. What do we got? Increases the influence gauge. Oh, that is assigned. Melodious voice. Increases damage when statement is destroyed. Vocabulary. Increases bullet capacity. Cool. That's all the ones we've got because we did fairly pathetically on, you know, talking to people and unlocking stuff. Something, is there any help to be found in this series of murders? I'm just gonna wait for the thing to scroll back. So we could do with some more skills. Okay, so the bizarre class trial begins. Again, Why was Chihiro murdered? Is the killer hiding within the group? Well, there must be. Is there any help to be found in this series of murders? I don't know. Finish preparations. Trial! All rise.
Let's
At least it's
begin
mostly
with a basic explanation of the
poking in
class
this one.
trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Yeah. I do feel like Toko
Okay,
is such a
then.
red herring, but
So,
maybe not.
First off, let's talk about the murder weapon.
First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver a fatal blow. I'm fairly certain it's the dumbbell, but
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Interesting.
Ooh.
That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
no, it was the dumbbell, but I hit the wrong key. The weapon had to be at the scene of the crime. There was something with a blood stain on it. I know. I was just trying to figure out how to fire it, and I think we fire it with Y, and I didn't hit Y in time.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was
A head. According to the Monokuma file, what kind of blunt? I bet it was an iron.
Interesting.
Oh no! I went
certainly
past
Poor
it.
Chihiro.
Damn it.
Chihiro's. It appears it was. According to the
Monokuma file. What kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
No!
That certainly would.
Why?
Chihiro.
I'm firing it, but not.
Chihiro's. It appears
it was a head.
According to the Monokuma file.
What kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Why?
Interesting.
Oh my god! That's it!
Certainly would.
Would make for
Poor Chihiro.
Chihiro's. It appears it was. According to the Monokuma file. What kind of blunt? I bet it was an iron.
Interesting.
Oh my god!
Certainly would.
Poor Chihiro.
I'm dying because I can't get it to.
Chihiro's. It appears it was.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. What kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Interesting.
Why is that not? Or is that
certainly
wrong
would
then?
Make for a power.
Poor Chihiro.
Chihiro's. It appears it was.
Was a head.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
No, that's wrong. No, I'm trying to fire it at the thing. Now I just.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
I'm annoyed there. Hang on, because. Oh no, it's not. Hell, I want to reload. Press Y. I pressed Y. Why fire truth bullet? I pressed Y. I'm playing on the Xbox. Oh, I have to hold that. No, because... No. Okay. So, I know that it's the iron pipe. I tried, and I've shot at it 3 or 4 times, but even though I aimed at it, it was slow. So then that one, it actually hit, but it was like, that's not the one I wanted to hit, but I was checking that I was doing the wrong thing, and now I'm annoyed and I want to reload. Because I don't think I should be penalized. I'm just going to restart. I don't think I should be penalised when it was the controls that were being annoying. No, it didn't hit the white. I fired it at the yellow. I fired it at the yellow. The problem was it was slow, and I didn't know why it was slow, because it then fired off and hit the other yellow. But it hit the white. It hit after the white, and I'd fired it at the yellow. So I'm just going to reload, because that was annoying me, that it was the controls that were being weird. If it happens again, I'll leave it. But I was firing at the right thing. And it was annoying me. I don't like it when the controls bugger up.
Let's begin. If you can... Okay, let...
So it's like, first of all, I couldn't figure out what was firing. But then it was like I was firing at the thing. Like there, it's going really slow.
The killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument?
And I fired it at that and it worked.
I bet it was an iron pipe.
But then there, I fired it at the thing and it's just too slow to hit that, because that one's going really fast. So that's what I was going with. That was annoying me. And then I zoomed through it too quickly. I don't like having to use two keys on them because I've got a poorly finger which I can't bend, so it's really hard for me to hit RB right now. But if that's the control I have to do, I'm going to have to use two hands and figure it out.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
But yeah, I can't bend this finger, which is my RB finger.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet
See? I even slowed it down. Still didn't hit it.
Would make for a powerful...
Why, Chihiro?
Chihiro's, it appears it was... According to the Monokuma file, what kind of
blunt instrument?
I bet it was an iron
There. That is, the controls are really janky on that particular bit. There we go. It's like I knew what the answer was, it wouldn't let me hit it.
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime?
I ran when the controls are annoying. Because, you know, some of us aren't particularly coordinated due to physical problems, as in my finger doesn't bend. So, can't hit the key right, I have to use two hands.
It was covered in blood. And there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell.
There we go. I've stopped ranting.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
I really like Hyoka.
You looked at her head wound?
Yeah! That's so creepy!
How are we supposed to figure out what happened if we don't?
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Yeah, we don't know enough about him, really.
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Yes, sadly that's not an answer right now. Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Oh god. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit these lines, so think of them as obstacles. There's a way to keep it from getting in your way. Press the A button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. Okay. Okay. For shutting. Oh, right. Okay. So carefully aim at stuff. Alright. White noise won't appear if it's set to gentle. Okay. I don't know what I've got it set to, so... Let's see if we got white noise. So, okay. Right. Genocide Jack case file.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case
Is this
closed,
white noise?
as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just
White
no
noise is actually...
proof for it.
Hey, so, speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is!
Thing by Kokumi in the archive. One look at that and anyone would be convinced. So apparently it wants me to really hit RB today. It picked the wrong day! My poor finger. Okay, so we're gonna have to slow down.
The culprit is
on
Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no point for it.
No, that's wrong.
There we go. Apparently we have to use concentration on this, which is annoying, because it hurts.
Might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth, so let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the
I think
other
it was Hina that had brought it up before.
And it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
Other characteristic. World of Large doesn't know. Positioning. How the victim is positioned.
Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way.
But she wasn't. Honestly, he's becoming more and more of a suspect in my head. So, him and Toko are front runners.
So,
because that's
how did
not
the
right.
culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of.
They read the case file.
It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact, it's Toko.
Oh, so we're going for it right now then, are we?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
You lie!
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec.
No, he's definitely gone up in my estimation on my suspect list now. It feels very much like he knew stuff and he's framing, but he couldn't do the scissor thing. No, it was him. I mean, Hifumi really creeps me out, but it's like he's just totally oblivious.
Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle? Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
Complicated. A riddle, but I understand. The answer is that she's multiple people, right? Hangman's Gambit. Okay, now what are we doing? Oh, yeah! What the frick are we spelling? S? I don't actually know what we're spelling. Schism? No. Ooh, no. Okay. Shill? Schizo. That's not even the word!
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Yeah, that's not... Do you mean schizophrenic? Because it's this thing.
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file, too. They thought that the suspect might have... what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior
I can understand
after seeing
her.
the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
The one thing that shows Toko could have a split personality has to do with her behavior. Her behavior changed.
I got it! You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
I'm fine, I'm fine. I think she's being framed. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back and a top inning and a bottom and a sea of truth and a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different. I think she's being framed.
That's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
I think the serial killer is being framed by Prodigy Guy. Ha! Ironic.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
Why would Genocide Jack have control? Drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
Why would she would kill her in the boys' locker room? Unless Genocide Jack is a guy personality? Why would Chihiro have been in the guy's locker room? No. No, something's not ringing quite true here. The inconsistencies, there's no way. I think she's being framed.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
She confided in her. Hi, Mr. Corners. It's going okay.
Last
We're
night,
trying to uncover a murder.
Just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
She's being framed. She's being framed! It can't follow the same pattern of framing someone each time.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
Fumi's a little bit scared right now.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, You broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
I'm sorry I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
Definitely a frame job.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that. But you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
That's why he was leading the investigation. Because he framed her.
You don't mean...
He's like, don't. Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second...
Well, hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
Genocide Jill.
Yes! What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, when the imposter is...
I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
The best character.
Toko, what happened to you?
Being framed!
Not
Being
Toko.
framed!
That's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
Oh my god, the teeth! The tongue!
She's so intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
This is a murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
The tongue, the scissors? Where are the scissors? I missed the scissors. The lack of scissors makes me think that she's being framed.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
Kummer is offended.
And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless!
It's like, Monokuma will remember that.
I mean, they just let this idiotic bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
Yeah, I'm not seeing any scissors. Just the teeth. And the tongue.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend
Come on,
is
Jill.
responsible
Say
for
you're not
Chihiro's
responsible.
death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
Framed.
Huh?
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
It doesn't match.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
I believe you.
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
But no one's gonna trust her after this. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said, I need to get more details about all of this. Okay. Can we do the whole scissors power cord
but
thing?
I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi is complete.
It does not!
Are the methods of murder really exactly the same?
No scissors.
I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction.
Stab wounds and scissors, not dumbbells and power
I
cords.
consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce,
It's called pasta.
everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Yeah. So, when we were going down the list, I'm like, Toko is Genocide Jack, yes. However, not sure she killed, but didn't have clear suspect. Now, clearly, pompous, privileged dude, pompous, privileged prick, 3 Ps, used that knowledge to frame her. Clear as day. Oh, nice! Hi, Jesse! Safe train! We're just about to reveal the murderer, possibly. One clear difference in the photos. Look at the neck and stomach. The victim's fatal injury.
For one, the cause of death is different. In the Genocide
It was you, that's why you're leaving. It wasn't!
Were killed the same way.
You're not a privileged, pompous prick.
According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors.
Why didn't Bayakyu just use scissors? If he'd have done that, then, you know, we wouldn't have the doubts.
But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
I feel like that's a trick question, Jesse. And people always go, oh, well, they were such a nice person about serial killers. So I feel I know you well enough as one can know a person that one only really knows on the internet. Let's put it that way.
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their
I'm sure
method?
they could have got scissors from somewhere, exactly.
And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
Yes. That's right. The second difference related to how she was suspended. Stabbed through their hands. Here you'll see a clear difference. What was used to suspend her?
got it! Do you
Oh, God.
remember what the killer used to suspend her? They'd use some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
And she hadn't changed into her exercise gear at this point either. So where is the jacket?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them.
Scissors!
Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I use my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's 2 differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Big Mac! I got a nickname.
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a
Oh!
look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case.
Did she just kill
There's
guys?
a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Maybe she just
Figure
killed
that
guys.
out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There was a pattern surrounding genocide. Jack victims and Chihiro didn't fit. If you look at the names, you'll notice. Because Chihiro was a girl.
I got it! Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
I'm just going off the pictures and making assumptions. I'm not reading all those names out. I'm butchering
They
them
were
all.
all guys?
That's right! The people I killed with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
She was a romance writer.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly? Cur?
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Frame job.
Whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class, envy of the entire world scissors!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
Sorry, I just peaked my mic. I really need to fix that. Sorry, but that's hilarious. Now she has scissors.
She's fully equipped.
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime.
Which means she'd have
Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead,
Power
tell me I'm
forward.
wrong. You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you.
I think I like her more like this than I did with the mopey girl. But I can understand why she was
Not to
mopey.
mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the
It
question
wasn't rope anyway.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
Of this one, yes.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
And anyone that had read the case file.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or what.
Actually, hold on, there is one person. One person who could have copied the cases. Select someone.
Here's my answer.
The guy that was
Yakria,
trying to direct my
it's possible
investigation.
You could have found out, isn't it?
The entire time.
You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Yes. I'm okay with that.
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
Yeah.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
I bet that makes her fancy him more.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
Byakuya.
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
Locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? Seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room.
That's why you put it in the
right
girls'
away,
locker
right?
room.
But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of
She
the
wasn't
class.
killed in there. There's a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. To make it clear to everyone, a new element. Yes! Stop adding new elements, I'm tired. Truth flashback. If you have a weak spot and hold down the Y button, you memorize that weak spot. Memorized phrase can only be shot once as a truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it'll disappear from your truth cylinder. You can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. Seem to have an answer to a lie or contradiction in your truth bullet. Wise. Okay. Right. Don't use your... Okay, so I have to use the truth flashback thing. Hold down and press Y.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room, you absolutely take it!
Okay, what is in the file anyway? 2 AM in the girls' locker room, okay.
That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
So, you said Byakuya, but he was acting... If you're presented with the opportunity to...
That's unnatural! The victim
Was Chihiro. So of course I would suggest we check the girls'
was locked, but there was no time for... What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you. So, you said Byakuya, but he was acting... If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the...
That's a natural reaction for...
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course
I would suggest we... There was no time for... What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you. So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Oh, sorry.
Shoot!
Oh, never mind. That was totally on me.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting... If you're presented with the opportunity to...
That's unnatural! The victim was...
So of course
I would suggest we... There was no time for... What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
So I don't need to get girl and
So,
well, there's
you
only
said Byakuya,
two
but
things
he
I
was
can, three
acting...
things I
If
can
you're
do.
presented with the opportunity to check...
That's unnatural react...
the victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would
Suggest we check... There was no time... What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me
God, I'm
with
gonna
you.
run out of time and it's not giving me any thingies to watch
So,
record.
you said Byakuya, but he was acting... If you're presented with the opportunity to...
That's unnatural! The
victim was Chihiro, who was...
So of course I would... There was no time for... What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you. So, you said Byakuya
Oh!
was acting... If you're presented with the opportunity...
How did he
to
know
check
the victim
out
was
the
Chihiro?
girls' lo-
That's a natural reaction for...
The victim...
No?
Shoot!
Right, hang on. No, I think I figured it out. I need to absorb the first thing.
Byakuya was acting kind of weird
Before we found the body.
If you're presented with the opportunity to check, that's a
Nuts action for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro.
How did we know the victim was Chihiro? There we go. I just got it backwards. Bear with me a moment.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
No,
but
it's
your
definitely
reasoning
him.
is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's wrong with his attitude? What's with his attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. Got a corner, but it's actually like it's nothing
What's
to
the
do with him.
matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
What's with his attitude?
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it.
I still think she's Ultimate Detective
We
Girl.
just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
I don't know. Differences. Okay. Evidence is hidden in there. What could it be? Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think we have any particular evidence other than he's implicating himself. Oh, except for the lamp. That's it.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. That was the connection, is the desk lamp thingy. But I don't know why she was in the boys' locker room and stuff.
I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
I'm futzing up the trial,
Lucky,
but I've
you've
got
used
the
extension
idea.
cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
It's still not proof, though. It's not enough. Got to get him to implicate
That's
himself.
really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like
No, you
Genocide
killed her in the boys'
Jack
locker
was
room.
behind it.
I wonder if... maybe Chihiro found Leo's pad and used it to exercise in the boys' locker room because she felt more comfortable in there. But why would she ask Byakuya? He's an arse. Because she was killed in there. So that is the big flaw.
Is that about right?
No. He's doing it again. He's totally calm, unconcerned, like he's not even involved.
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
Oh, I'm now
I
doubting
don't disagree
it.
with not disagreeing.
We kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second?
He wasn't killed in the girls' locker room.
I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still
Maybe there's another
bothering me.
twist?
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you?
She was killed in the boys' locker room.
I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait. What's that just now? Something's not right. Found in it. She wasn't killed in there. It's not the truth. No, there's something off. Scene of the crime.
You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right?
Oh god, maybe it's not him! Oh my god, now I'm doubting myself! Jesus,
sure
my two
about
main
that?
suspects.
Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
Who else knew? Hina? Someone had to know. He's the only one that knew Toko was Genocide Jack and that he could pin it on her. And the extension cord. But anyone could have seen the extension cord and read the files, but they wouldn't have known unless they'd heard or seen the envelope. No, there's still some fishy things.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room.
Yeah,
There
but she
is
wasn't killed there.
absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell
the
me
poster
you have
in
a
the
reason
carpet.
for saying all of that.
If he doesn't...
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? The story's sudden move to the crime scene. Been so confident up till now. Maybe he never realized the actual... Oh my god! There's a third person!
Hey, don't just move on without permission. What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
How did... He said girls' locker room because it was Chihiro who was dead. How did he know Chihiro was dead? Or did he just assume Toko would have killed someone in the girls' locker room? But then that's oddly specific. Oh, this is reasonable doubt, unfortunately. But we have to pick someone. Okay. There was the posters and the carpet. Let's just go with that first.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof is some posters?
Because the boob one was definitely in the boys' locker room the day before the murder.
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Now she has scissors.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado.
Yep, which definitely wasn't there yesterday.
Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in
I mean,
a
we
boys'
literally
locker room.
saw the big boob poster in the boys' locker room.
So you're saying that
But I guess they
maybe the
don't necessarily
posters
know
were
that in the
switched?
story.
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring
Sakura.
to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
While I
It
was in
sounds
the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
It hasn't. It's not the stain that was scrubbed away. It was moved.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too?
Makes me definitely think that it's not Sakura.
But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible.
What?
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but
You see, this
why
is what
would
I
the
don't know.
culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go to all that trouble?
I
of
don't
searching the scene of
know.
the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in
Why
the
was
boys' locker
Chihiro
room,
in there? Yeah.
then how did Chihiro get in the
Yeah,
boys' locker
this is
room
the
in
question.
first
It's got
place?
something to do with Leon's pad thing.
To get into the locker rooms, you have to
Handbook,
swipe
yeah.
your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys'
No, that's
locker
not
room
true.
to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
He knew about the handbooks. Is it freaking nondescript guy?
I highly doubt that.
Shut up!
And what
telling
did
you, I know how she could have done it.
what did creepy guy discover? Because he said he discovered something. What did he? I've forgotten his name already. Currently, Hifuma. What did Hifuma find? Because he said he found something as well. And yes, he is right. Because we have broken handbook.
Is it really possible?
Excuse
Could
me.
Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah, I've got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer, after all.
No, I don't know how
I'm
it
sure
worked
that
it
would have
though.
been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
Oh,
She could
right,
get
okay.
into the boys' locker room, no problem.
Theoretically.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have...
She must
But
have
it
hacked if she
broke
was the
inside.
ultimate. I'm sure that would have been. No, I don't.
She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook. Of course.
No,
Broken.
it's wrong. No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone
Little dead
else's
guys.
handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one.
Yeah, I see. Now I'm confused.
In other words, you could borrow a dead person's
It's going to be
handbook
someone
all you
completely
want,
left field
and you'd
now.
be safe.
And this will be the twist that Pentafilm was talking about.
Yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
Oh, how did it break?
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
Psst! You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room and Byakuya is the one that did it, really? I don't know what else I can
Hold
do.
on a second.
Oh, thank you.
I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So,
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
Stolen someone's handbook?
what?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see
Ooh,
something.
a break.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official
Recess!
trial recess.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations.
I have no idea what this is.
Shall we go?
It's got to be something, because I'm missing something. I'm now not convinced it's my main suspects. It's neither of my main suspects. So who the bleep is it? Please don't be Kyoka. So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We had it off with Kyoka in the lead. And where she took us was... Chihiro's room? No. The murder place. No. The place where the thing is discovered.
Room?
Okay, can I save? Yes. You know what it is, and boy, are you excited. I mean, I was totally convinced that, like, you know, Toko was Genocide Jack. I was happy with that. I was on board with that. That someone was framing her. Yeah, thought it was by whatever his name is. By Akuya. Now I don't know, because why was Chihiro in there? How did she get in there? What happened to Leo's iPad thingy? It's now not as simple as I thought it was. I am intrigued. Colour me intrigued. Also running out of safe spots in this thing. The girls' locker room.
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
Yeah, there's also the blue tracksuit thing. Byakuya. Okay, yeah. I'm very bad with names. And when they are not names that I am familiar with pronouncing and I keep on mishearing them and then misremembering them, I'm just butchering them. I'm trying my best. I'm gonna check it again.
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully.
Maybe her clothes are on
Take your
backwards
time.
or something.
Examine her carefully. Like
Can't decide if he's
using
creeped out or
our
turned on.
hands? No way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
Creeped out.
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
Sure, I'll volunteer, because...
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Like, Yoshihira could be, but I don't know enough about him. I have
Very
been non-committal.
well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
Dear, Hina.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura.
What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Hina?
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief pair, Sakura then begins to quietly examine her body. I mean... yeah, there's just too many unanswered questions.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve
If
this
you already know,
particular
just
mystery.
tell us.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this...
If this is she's actually trans? And this turns into a weird thing. Then I'm gonna be kind of possibly annoyed. Because I did think that at first, but... okay.
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is...
Is what?
Is a boy!
And that's not how you say it.
Ah, I see. So she was actually a
No,
he.
she is a she.
Interesting.
She identifies as she.
Thank you
She
for
is a she.
confirming this fact.
Not a he. Trans women are women.
What? You're joking, right?
But I guess if the Paddy thing had her legal gender and she wasn't able to change it, we've had this in the past in games that, you know, it's not been possible. She didn't want any kind of gender related surgery, then her e-handbook would have identified her as male. Jess, thanks for the resub. Even though she's a woman. But that would be why she wouldn't/couldn't train with Sakura and Hina, because her e-handbook thing wouldn't have let her into the girls' locker room because of some stupid legal gender thing. Possibly explained why she was more comfortable talking to the guys as well, but honestly, you know, as I said, you know, when I was growing up, I found it a lot more comfortable to talk to guys than girls because of society.
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then
Thanks for the hosts.
it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
No! Chihiro was a girl. She said she was a girl. She identified as a girl. She was a girl.
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
I mean, I may have made some assumptions based on gender presentation, but I'm fairly certain that she was using she, her pronouns and identified herself as a girl. Explains why she was feeling depressed and felt like she should be stronger. I'm sorry that caught you off guard before an event. I mean, you know, it shouldn't in this day and age. But I guess it depends when you played it. I mean, she's wearing female-presenting clothing, and everyone kept on referring to her as a she. So I'm going to go with that. May have been a map, but
Then he was a cross-dresser.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting.
that could have been her secret as well.
Now let's ride this
She was assigned male
wave of
at birth.
excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
I mean, it just means that the third reason wasn't actually a reason.
Apologize for keeping you
But
waiting.
still.
Now then, let's resume the
When
class
did this come
trial.
out? Because, I mean, I'm still pissed off about the person with dissociative identity disorder being a serial killer. You know. I wonder if that makes this a hate crime? And then someone decided to frame Genocide Jack. But then how would they know about the stringing up? It still could be Byakuya. But But anyway. Yeah, honestly, not the sort of revelation that you were potentially thinking it would be, Vandervan. It was something I had considered at one point. I don't think I ever voiced anything out loud about it. I can't remember what it was in relation to. That it had popped into my head. But anyway. I could have find out when this thing was published. Well, I can figure out how mad to be at it. 2014? Japanese still have slightly outdated laws about trans people, hence the gender thing. Because, you know, they've been in a country that allowed trans people to change their legal gender to the correct gender, then there wouldn't have been a problem and Chihiro could have used the girls' locker room and possibly wouldn't have been killed. I thought I kept on spelling Danganronpa wrong because I kept on spelling the Dangan part. No, I've been spelling the Rompa part wrong. It's not an M, it's an N. Danganronpa, not Rompa. But yeah, 2014. So it doesn't feel that long ago. But anyway, at least it's not, you know, racist slur. So let's just go with streamer does not necessarily agree with the views expressed in this video game and is frustrated visibly about them.
We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy.
Trans women are women!
From there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
I'm not... Because she was a girl.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
I was looking when it was published. It was published in 2014, according to Wikipedia, that I briefly looked at because I didn't want to get any plot spoilers. January 2014. It may have been started being made in 2011, but still, I mean, still. But I do know that there was the visual novel that I played, the Season of Springs, that said about how the laws in that particular country were very backwards, and the only way that a trans person could change their legal gender was to basically be sterilized and have gender conforming? I don't know what the correct word is, because it used to be like gender reassignment, but gender affirming maybe. Gender affirming surgery sounds more like, but you know, trans people, trans women are still women even if they don't have surgery, because, you know, they could be happy-ish with the body that they've been given, just not with the gender that they were assigned. But anyway, because the victim was assigned male at birth, would have no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Her gender. Because I'm assuming that she was not allowed to change it, probably because underage, as well as not wanting to be sterilized. I'm gonna pick up on the phrasing there. They may have been assigned male at birth, but they were female. If they're trans. not become. They just were. That's who they were. But I don't know what has been released around this, but just based off, you know, current society. So, you know. Yeah, it's going to annoy me. It's like she used her pronouns, then she is she. So, yeah. But yes, this game was written a few years ago. But I feel like, yes, it was ported recently, so I'm playing it recently, so I'm going to look at it through my eyes of, you know, the current climate.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
And the fact that Byakuya didn't know that and seemed shocked by that, is he really just a really good actor?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Yeah, I don't know what the motive is, unless the person wanted to respect Chihiro and at least have her look like she died in the girls' locker room, because that's where she would have wanted to be if the Lord allowed. Thank you for gifting a sub, Leaky, to Pentaven. Enjoy the emotes, and thank you for all my earnings on Twitch go towards my Extra Life, which I haven't quite finished setting up this year, because the custom links aren't working at the moment. I do have a page set up, and I will be donating. I may just have to put the non-special link in, but I couldn't get the I can't get the box thing in my profile to work either. There's a bug with the so yeah, it's usually at the beginning of the year there's issues with setting up the pages, but all the money I earn on Twitch goes to charity. It will go to Extra Life. I am potentially doing a second charity stream this year. Haven't worked out the kinks, but yes, enjoy the pretty emotes. We have Moida and Storytime, which are appropriate today. But yeah, there's something I'm missing. You see, honestly, for me, finding out who the killer is at this point is going to be the twist. Nothing so far has been surprising.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected.
Not all the mysteries.
All the mysteries have finally become clear.
No.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very
Charity streams
interesting
with kinks.
indeed.
No, not those kind of kinks. Technical kinks. Hitches.
He's off in his own little world.
What is it that Fuma discovered something? The only hints to the killer have been really subtle. Yeah, that's it. It's like I've not picked up on it because my ASD brain is not good with subtle. I really don't do subtle. I don't pick up on subtle. I mean, it depends on how subtle as to whether I'll go back and go, oh. But Hifuma, he said he discovered something and he was going to tell us in the trial. Tell us what you discovered.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya's the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it.
Oh. So, he found the extension cord missing, figured something was off, found the body first in the locker room, which is why he said to look in the girls' locker room. So, sorry, hit my mic. So because he'd already found the body, he found the body dead in there with the dumbbell, didn't realize the crime scene had been moved, and staged the rest of it. Why? Because he thought it was Toko and wanted to make it obvious? So he's just guilty of trying to change evidence. But I... So the killer didn't even need to know about Genocide Jack. The killer just killed to keep their secret a secret. Maybe it's the stupid clairvoyant. Because he's the one I haven't really been able to get a reading on. He's supposed to be clairvoyant, yet he's not. Aside from a crystal ball, which was a hoax, there's been nothing. How could he be the ultimate clairvoyant if he's, you know, maybe he's just a really good actor. Had to be someone who could pick up a dumbbell. Who... Why would they be in the exercise room? It had to be someone... It had to be someone that she trusted? Using that term loosely. That she trusted. To go and exercise with. That hadn't already asked her to exercise with before. And because it was the guy's locker room, it has to be a guy. Because Leon's pad was broken. Which means it's not Kyoko. Yay. So, him, or him. He seemed fairly surprised that she was trans. It wasn't me. I know it wasn't me. He thought it took place in the girls' locker room and had staged it to look like Toko. I mean, it feels a little bit like a hate crime. Mondo? Fumi? Yoshihiro? I really don't want it to be Mondo or Taka. Didn't Taka think she'd hacked at her e-handbook? Maybe he thought that was why she could get into the guy's locker room. I really don't want it to be him. I didn't think he'd broken yet. It's someone with a secret. Could be clairvoyant dude. He's the only one I can't get a read on. Could be creepy pervert dude. Yeah, there's not actually much. If it's not him, because he just staged the crime scene. It'll be a guy I made no effort to get any kind of information about. Or creepy pervert guy that I didn't like. Or guy that I was actually kind of starting to like. Or guy that I thought I could be friends with.
I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
Yeah, he could be a sociopath.
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt.
He was way too surprised about the crime scene being
He
changed.
consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, That's how I see it.
Come
And
on, dude.
Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
Arrogant, but not sociopathic.
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now.
Oh, I
I'm
can't
telling
even
you the
swear.
truth.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Believe him.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who
That
was it?
is the $1,000 question.
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
I really want to know what happened to Leon's iPad as well.
Seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
No, I'm with Makoto.
Byakuya.
If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
Yeah.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do
Okay.
you not have a mind of your own?
Oh my god. Is it Taka?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
I thought this was a lot more cut and dried than it's turned out to be. But if Byakuya didn't do it, and who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer is a guy.
I got it!
Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you will need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. You see, if they just had access to the logs, this would be easy. In other words, it had to be a guy, but that's still not enough. I need to find some more clues. I didn't get enough clues. Hifumi! You had a thing.
Isn't
Hang on,
there
what did
a
Celeste
single
say?
clue that might lead us to who did it?
What did Celeste say? Oh yeah, blue clothes.
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yes, we
Yeah.
have that.
All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over.
Oh.
It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
No, that's wrong.
There we go. Didn't actually go past it.
I believe someone else did see the victim before he was
She!
murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes. I
Her.
did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh,
Also, Hifumi
but
had some
I
evidence.
suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then, I assume, he
She.
headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that
I
in
didn't
the
find
murder
anything
scene.
about it in the other room either.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any
Is it
evidence.
Hifumi? We didn't check. We didn't have time to check the trash compactor thingy.
And that is when he said something that struck me as...
She. I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was
She.
in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
That's what I said. Trust. And who would she trust? That is the question. Taka is the answer, I think, at this point. Or clairvoyant dude, whose name I keep on forgetting. Taka or clairvoyant dude. Possibly Mondo. Not Hifumi. I don't think it's Hifumi. Aside from the fact someone said earlier about could he really have hit her with a dumbbell.
What a marvelous friendship!
I do really like Jill.
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
Do we?
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Do I? I really don't.
Seriously?
Please don't be Taka.
Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of.
Oh no! It is Hifumi! But we haven't seen them. We didn't go and look in the trash room.
Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Track jacket? I mean, Hina? But then how could Hina get into the boys? They would have gotten shot. I really don't know. I didn't get a chance to look to see if there was any trash. At least the thing still says she. And we're still missing the handbook. Though maybe we're missing the handbook because we weren't supposed to discover a legal gender? I don't know. $2 a.m. I mean, I can't see Taka breaking the rules.
Are you sure about that?
Unless
you really
had a
think
really
we
big
can
secret.
figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
Unless it's Hifumi because
What?
of the trash thing.
You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time
Hifumi?
to talk it out.
Why would she trust Hifumi? But he's the one with the key to the trash room.
Easy for you to say, but fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow it's really hard to believe. I know. Now I'm really stumped Because did I miss a piece of evidence, or am I supposed to have picked up on subtle? I don't do subtle. As you can tell with my blunt she, her every time someone misgenders Chihiro. Celeste's account, okay.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
The blue one?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
Possibly.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. 'Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No.
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
She's right. What he said just... Oh, it's the clairvoyant dude. I think there's something there.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit.
It was Mondo!
Sucks.
I have a white track. I got it from the warehouse.
Did any of that really help?
I thought it was clairvoyant dude because he mentioned the warehouse. God, Mondo!
First of all, he was on his way. So next thing, why did he choose?
What do you mean this?
I got it! It matched the one that...
So, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit.
No, that's wrong.
Oh! It can't be him because...
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Because promise! That's... She trusted him because he promised. It was a fucking hate crime, wasn't it?
What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
I saw her stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then I assumed she headed off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just...
Oh, I was just starting to like him.
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
I mean, we only knew because of the picture, right?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit
So...
was?
I'm disappointed.
Because I just...
I'm disappointed, Mondo. I'm disappointed.
I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that
When
can't
he
be
killed
it.
her.
The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Where'd he put the clothes?
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died. That's the
Aw,
only
Cherry.
possibility.
I like them.
Are you talking about Chihiro?
So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me,
She-
and he was carrying the
she-
tracksuit in his hand.
No,
Her.
that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. Just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly,
Her.
you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
Yeah.
Oh, Mondo, I was just starting to like you.
It would appear you dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
The way you acted?
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick.
He did say dude!
And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
He did say dude.
You noticed such a tiny...
I hadn't even noticed that because everyone calls women dude these days and it pisses me off, but I thought he was just being, you know, his usual sexist self.
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful.
Well, maybe she is a witch, though.
No,
she could be the ultimate witch.
I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Yeah. It had to be a hate crime. I feel like... I don't know. I don't know. Unless he had a really bad secret.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
I
need to find out.
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Apparently you are.
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a
Oh,
false
one night
accusation.
in the hot tub together.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
Finally, we get to find out what Hifumi found.
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi,
My God, I've been saying this for like the
tell me you
last
found some
hour.
evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here
Oh, for God's sake, just tell us at this point. It doesn't matter.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then, here it is.
You found her iPad.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You must have found it. It must belong to Chihiro.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
Yeah, heartbreaking moments. I mean, come on. It's like, I'm convinced, and then I'm not convinced, and then I'm convinced again, and then I'm not convinced. It's killing me.
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
It's Leon's.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
It could be Leon's.
Well, that's what I was hoping.
Oh no, it's busted.
But it's busted.
That's two of them that are busted.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid
But
of any
but
evidence.
Monokuma
after the
said it
murder.
wasn't breakable.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's.
Yeah, that's two
sitting
broken ones.
useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
2 out of 15.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
By hitting its weak points.
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Yeah! You remember that?
Yeah, remember everything. Ish.
Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and 2 of them broke in quick succession, then...
Then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness.
This is on Game Pass, Ima. So if you've got Game Pass, you already own it. Oh my god, Trial 4? Your friend needed half an hour break so he could cry? God, I'm making sure I got tissues for Trial 4 then. Oh, you just need some of the time. Fair enough. I mean, that's a good enough reason. I mean, if, you know... I don't actually know what Elden Ring is. Is Elden Ring something to do with Lord of the Rings? Or is it something to do with Dark Souls? Because from the bits I've gleaned, I honestly have no idea. Or is it like an Elder Scrolls thing? Or is it a Dark Souls type game? But is it based off Lord of the Rings? Is it a Tolkien thing? Because I've heard something mentioning The Hobbit today as well, so... You probably won't like it. Oh, okay. It's from software, so it's super hard. Okay. So it's just another Dark Souls type game. Alright. I don't know where I got the Lord of the Rings from then. Obviously mixed up my news today. Okay. Alright. I just need 1 minute. I'll be right back. Because this trial's not ending anytime soon. And I need the bathroom. Thrones. No, I did hear about George R. R. Martin as well. Oh my god. These games sound dangerous. Game of Thrones writer to assist. Yeah, I did see that. They were talking about why he hadn't finished his books, but he had time to write a game, not understanding how anything works. Dark Souls plus Legend of Zelda. Okay, so nothing to do with the Lord of the Rings. I guess I just misheard that particular conversation. Alright, so I'm hoping at some point, I mean, I own Danganronpa 2. It's on Steam. I don't think I have the third one. But I do have the second one on Steam. If by the time we get to the end of this one, I do want to play Danganronpa 2, then I have it on Steam. So we're covered. It's not quite the same, but it would be okay. But this one, my god, it's like ups and downs, and I didn't want to believe Mondo would do it because I thought he made a friend. But yeah, I don't know what this weakness is.
You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma?
He's not going to tell us what the weakness is. Oh no! Oh, that's really hard! That'd be like if someone killed someone with a video game. Yeah, no, I appreciate that you're avoiding spoilers, I really do. Walking Dead final season made me bawl. I was begging the game at the end. Begging the game. Lots of TV shows make me cry. Fewer games, though I have played some ones that have been tearjerkers. And very few books have made me cry. Like, the Mira Grant feed series, the first one, bawling my eyes out. It just hit me right in the feels. That one did. The TV shows and films make me cry all the time. Oh no! Oh my god! Poor friend. Poor friend. Okay, is he gonna tell us the start of The Last of Us? Really? Yeah, I mean, it was sad. That was sad, but I feel like not quite that sad for me. So we'll see how we go with this. But this one is like, it's totally throwing me for a loop. He's not going to tell us,
I
is he?
think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a
maybe
fair
he is.
trial.
But if I tell you and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
Well, whoever did it is going to get killed, and the rest of us promise.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is...
Donuts.
When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
High temperatures. The sauna! Taka and Mondo had that sauna off. They would have had their thingy. They were in there for hours. God, maybe the two broken ones aren't even Leon's and Chihiro's. Maybe they're Taka and Mondo's. Please tell me it wasn't Taka.
I flippin' knew it! You knew it? Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees.
I want a kiki.
You don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin.
I dislike saunas.
If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel
The
a
sauna's on the
burning
first
when you
floor.
move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Oh, good. The one thing that I can't do is sit still. Probably why I hate saunas.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
Taka, but you were in the sauna. You weren't wearing your clothes, though, so maybe... Okay, so Taka wasn't wearing his clothes. He was down to his skivvies. So it's possible he left his handbook in the changing room for the sauna. But Mondo was there. Oh, that sounds disgusting. I mean, I can understand people wanting to exercise, but this is why I don't like summer. Because, ew, too hot. I don't do well with heat. I'm not a heat person. I like being cold, and then I can cozy. Hence why I have cozy. So if he didn't have his e-handbook, then it wasn't his. So Chihiro and Leon, unless, no, but there are two that don't work. So it's possible that Mondo stole Leon's because his went bonkers in the sauna and he found it and went, oh well, mine's broken, I'll just switch it out with this one, no one will know. And then when he killed Chihiro, he just went and put Chihiro's e-handbook in the sauna to go, oh well, I know it'll break it, and then no one will know that Chihiro was assigned male at birth and thus not connect the dots with the whole thing. And honestly, if the poster hadn't got splattered and the carpet wasn't changed, you know, and the carpet hadn't got the coffee on, probably wouldn't have connected the fact the crime scene was moved. But also the way Taka's saying that, maybe he already knew So, yeah.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed.
Because they had a sauna off.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke?
I mean, 80 degrees sounds like you would die because I work in Celsius. I don't know what the equivalent of that from Fahrenheit to Celsius is. 30 something? I mean, I'm the kind of person that will wear a t-shirt outside in 10-degree weather. Because I'm too hot. I will go for a walk and be bundled up and end up taking my coat off before I come back, type thing. 27. Yeah. 27, I would be wanting to take off my skin. Everyone has different reactions to temperature. I'm not good with heat. Some people aren't good with cold.
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa, seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
No, it was Taco. Taka, even. I don't want to be wrong. Can I save? I know this is not how you're supposed to do it, but I don't want to be wrong. Be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. Okay, it was Mondo then. But I really don't want it to be Taco. Taka, not Taco.
Here's my answer. Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What?
Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Taka is annoyed because they bonded.
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago. Remember?
Taka.
And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets.
Yeah, I remember
And when it
Taka
was all
being
over,
naked, pretty much.
Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
But my handbook's right here. No, that's Leon's.
Wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill.
This is gonna break Taka.
I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. The broken handbook? Okay.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Must actually be.
Let's test Makoto's assertion.
If what he says you broke your own hand.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is, then that proves that what Makoto said.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No, that's wrong.
My soul burns hotter than Masandro's, yes.
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The name will show when you
What the
open
fuck
it.
is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's.
This is easily proven.
Which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook?
Leon didn't loan it.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a
Or
violation
stealing someone's
of the
handbook
rules.
is not a violation.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to
I don't
say
want
so.
it to be Mondo.
I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch. What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him
This
he's
is gonna
wrong.
break Taka.
You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from
I
the beginning?
just want him to tell us why he did it.
That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Monokuma is your favorite villain, yeah. Oh god. Right. Oh right. Oh yeah, we get to do the comic thing. Okay, so something about that. Okay, so she got a tracksuit, saw Celeste, nervous pushing of the tracksuit. Looked at that, went in there, scanned in. Went hi. Went to put thing in the locker. Person behind. The coolest things about gamblers are their ability to read social cues. I would not make a good gambler then. Maybe that? No. Weapon. Oh. Oh, right. Okay, it was that. Okay, came up behind. Splat. Black blood. Oop, no. There. Dropped that. Dropped on the ground. Rolled up the carpet. And took down the poster. Picked up the body. Which locker room? That looks like a sauna. Door. Girls' locker room. Swiped with a handbook in. Open the door. I don't know. Oh, the poster? Okay. Right, okay. I would have thought they would put the body down before he put the poster up, but anyway. So then the things were switched. Then Byakuya. Oh, hello. Celeste could tell Chihiro was nervous, yeah. Less than 8% of players guess Mondo as a suspect. Yeah, I mean, I was too caught up in the fact that we had Genocide Jack, but clearly was being framed. Didn't think that it was like second bit here. Alright, so he needs to go get the cord. String her up. Right, where's the writing of the wall? There we go. Fine. Sauna. And thingy. Okay.
Here's exactly what happened. First,
yeah, I
let's take a look
honestly
back to before the incident.
Was too caught up in the thing.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a
correctly
duffel bag.
gendering her, right? Good.
That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
Oh. Damn it. Okay. I got them the wrong way round.
Here's exactly what happened. With bag in hand, she made, but how could the... Simple, because she was really a he.
Legally.
Which is why he was able to
She,
use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him.
Her.
It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro,
I want to know why.
and attacked him.
Her.
And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from.
I nailed 2 parts of the 3. Just totally hadn't picked up on the dude because assumed, you know, just calling everyone
Likely
dude.
in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room.
And at that point, the corpse is not another person, so it didn't get
girl's
shot at.
handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course.
But of course, Mondo already knew because he'd already swapped out Leon's for his, so he knew the
This
girls was there.
doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem.
Which, if Chihiro had known and done that,
And that's
she'd have been
exactly
fine.
how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch.
Then came... There you go.
That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene,
when,
he went
though?
and grabbed the extension cord from the library. And then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter.
Why was he up there, though?
And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Arata?
Wait. No. This can't be right. Where's your evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence?
Show me the handbook. Turn it on. It'll say
You
Leon.
need evidence. You need proof. Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
Dear God, you're surrounded by dead girls. Evidence that Mondo is the killer. They already revealed this early in the trial. Okay, reveal. Oh, okay. Absolutely. What have we got now? We need to find the handbook. Fever time and negative. Oh, God. Okay, if you press the right bumper. I hate the right bumper. My finger hurts. Can't right bumper right now. Fever time and tempo forced to its max. Okay. Ah, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. So you can push A. Okay. Only lasts until your focus gauge. We're okay. To be fair, if only you got access. So we've also prepared something called Nega time. Oh, God. Right. Okay, so I can whack A enough. Okay. Okay. Okay, Nega and Fever, right. I'm not set to gentle, I don't think, because I've already had the distraction-y things. Okay, so basically if it goes into Nega, whack RB. But I think it's AY. This is the problem with not remembering the things.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
Forgot all the keys. It's fine, we did it.
Thinking so far is right, Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I did it. I killed him.
But why? 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 Please tell me why. I got an A. Ooh. Not a perfect score, because you can get up to 100 medal thingies, because I lost some health, but...
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up.
Oh good, I'm glad it's explained. I
Go ahead,
couldn't...
Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank! Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oh, stop making us cry! We don't actually get to do the votey thing. It just does it. So, I think you said at some point there's 2 endings. So, I guess if you fail, there's an ending. Like if you lose health and whatever. I don't think I'll do that easily. Unless I get really screwed up. Looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaka was... Mondo.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger line, Mr. Ishimara. You need to be more careful. Oh, good and bad at the end of the game. Oh God. Don't tell me that. I refuse to believe it. There's no way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? I didn't do it.
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo has taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
But I hope I'm making the right choices. I know, right? No pressure. The story of the murder this time is the story of 2 men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the B button to fast forward the text. No, I'm not. But lucky to know I can do that for future playthroughs if I need to skip. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaka. He had an extreme inferiority complex. Okay. There was once a young girl called Chihiro Fujisaka. She had an extreme inferiority complex regarding her own lack of strength. You were so weak, even though you're a boy. She'd heard things like that as long as she could remember, and she couldn't overcome her weakness. On the contrary, she tried to hide and buried herself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. She had chosen that as her way out. Nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly she wrapped herself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of her and was not so easily weeded out. As it turns out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear, instead it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak.
Weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, she had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Chihiro was assigned male at birth, but is a girl.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter what their cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack. The armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around her would torture her more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent her spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But...
I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, she used the thread of discovery to motivate herself to become stronger.
That's right. I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay, I'll get better. With that thought at the front of her mind, she resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day she made the commitment to begin exercising. She was prepared to retrain her Modi and bind. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance she would get at it.
Hey,
When she decided to start exercising, she thought it would be good to ask for somebody's help. But she wanted to tell that person her secret first, and then ask them to help her from... And then the person she went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. And Joe? The biker gang fella had been fully clear about how important his many promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if she confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So she went and asked Mondo to help her become strong. That was her aspiration. She thought that only with Mondo's support would she be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
That's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret?
Because...
If everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect her identity, so he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting her in the girls' locker room and stealing her handbook, see? Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed. Conflicted. That's why it was so confusing. Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why did you? Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The secret. The secret. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible! Nothing could have been that bad. Something... He didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone.
You're wrong.
It's impossible!
Don't make me repeat myself.
I didn't want to kill Chihiro. Yeah, that's right. That's why it was so... That's why. It was so... Not... It was so... Yeah. Subtle, I guess. To judge others by your own standards is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, you obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know. You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. God. To become the ultimate biker leader. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. The only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother. His name was Daya. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Vroom! Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He did refer to him a lot. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him. I think he did. Mondo was the epitome of starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang, and before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang. Country. Yeah, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. Ew, horrible combination. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Would someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why...
I
Gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once, just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes, I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, he challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon for victory and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... I don't think he killed his brother on purpose then. Shit. Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad kid, I fucked up, sorry. Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. 'Cause it's a team you and me put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother, he could never admit to anyone that his own weakness had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who's bested his big brother. Daya was going to lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to leave the team so badly he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
I'm strong. Strong. And yet... As soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the lovely, hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. And at that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. And no matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked so hard to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it would have been for nothing. So that's why. No. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with all kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down on my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with her. And right there, she told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus!
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Because, I mean, you've kept the secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But... I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak, and I want to destroy that version of me forever. Her words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like she was exposing the lie I've been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really
What?
am, I should be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Jiro's strength. She had the strength to face her own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I've never had. So I was jealous of her. And that jealousy broke me.
What? What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
Making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did she want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back? Turn my TV off now! Let my secret get revealed and ruin everything.
What's wrong?
Damn
Why
you!
did you have to tell me that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Dire. Don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, she was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had a dumbbell in my hand and I was just staring at her, down on the ground. I killed her.
I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
He's normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his and turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. Look at him, you see. You're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed another human being in cold blood. He couldn't get free of his regrets. From the outside world, he doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't. You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again, I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but unfortunately I can't do that right now because the time for is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution? Yeah. Tricky. Tricky, really. Maybe I should just use they and be done with it, but it just feels like, you know. I don't know. It's tricky. Well, they're dead now. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, but still, it's tricky. Because it felt like she wanted to identify as a girl. Also feels like this was not run by any kind of trans sensitivity writers. Because, you know, or any women, because no one would want to become a woman to escape social ridicule. Are you kidding? Have you seen what society does to women? So, yeah. Yeah. So, we'll probably just draw a line under this chapter. Because, you know, they're dead. At least it wasn't a hate crime, I suppose. That's a good thing. But anyway. You mean execution?
Well, now, now, well now, well now, well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For Mondo Awara, the ultimate biker gang leader. Wait! The bear is going to give everyone nightmares, Steve. That's the point of the bear. The bear is Nightmare Bear.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Eat.
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
They were bros! And this will be the end of the chapter after this. Game over. Mondo has been found guilty. Time for the punishment! What is he going to be done? Set on fire? Run over by a truck? Apparently a motorcycle? Stupid hair. Oh my god! The bear's got hair too! Oh my god, what are they going to do? Centrifuge? The Cage of Death. You thought Leon's execution was brutal. Check this out. Okay. Oh yeah, this is really freaking quiet, isn't it? So apparently centrifuged to death. Or electrocuted? I mean, the last guy got pelted to death with baseballs. Mondo butter. Really? Seriously? Oh my god, that's what you were talking about earlier, Trevor. Sorry, turn it down a little bit now so we don't get deafened. For death, and your soul will be forever at peace. What happens when human fat is introduced to a reverse Faraday cage and immense G-force? I don't even want to think about the physics behind that. It can't be! My brother! Another murder, another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. And this is how we break Taka. Before he was the ultimate moral compass, now he has been destroyed. Now he feels the despair. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. But he, of course he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game. Bayaka.
What is this?
You're completely insane, do you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead, do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do, because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't. What's wrong with freaking hell, Steve? Oh, that was a very bad pun, but very appropriate. I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that. I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime? I mean, bone can be incinerated if you get a hot enough heat. You get hot enough heat. I've watched 12 seasons of Bones. But yeah. Like ashes from the crematorium have bits of bone in. Because the fire does not get hot enough. But yeah. There is a level of heat which would disintegrate bone. But yes, I mean, you know, we made Mondo butter. We have to take that with a bit of artistic license, I guess. Yes, why did you do that?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Maybe he is a sociopath. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule too. That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse.
What?
You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed, but if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. No, you were just going to take me on a roller coaster ride! And it's gotten quite late. I thought at like 9:30 that this would only be another hour or so. And it's now midnight. It's fine. It's fine. But yes, this is the problem with this game, is it's just like, I had to finish this chapter. This chapter had to be finished. But yeah. I mean, I feel like if I have enough energy, I want to play some more tomorrow. So we'll have to see. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. It's not late. I mean, usually go to bed about 2 a.m. So, you know, it's just later for me to finish. Oh, it's 2 a.m. where you are. Oh my god. Shit. Well, I mean, thank you for staying up. But hopefully you're keeping safe. You know, and all that. What would liven things up? You did all that to liven things up.
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake magazine.
But...
Oh, but damn, man, if we hadn't really figured out who'd really done it, you'd have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Ryukiya turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment. Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for. I mean, you could just kill me. You know, I mean, that wouldn't work in the whole situation of the game. But if you killed me, then you'd be more likely to be able to frame someone else. But anyway.
Whip. Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
We're done listening to your story. Still think she's the ultimate detective, or, again, just manipulating me because she knew some of the answers as well. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Now, I'm up next. You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is why? Because otherwise he's bored. Really? Do you like them? But you know this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair, is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
I mean, they're kids. They did nothing wrong. They got kidnapped and put in a hellhole. The whole premise of the game is that they were supposed to be going to school, and then they woke up and were told that if they killed each other and no one found out, they would get to escape, but otherwise they'd have to live there forever. You know. So no one actually had done anything wrong. Even Mondo. Except for Toko. Because obviously she's a serial killer. You know, when this started. There was absolutely nothing. Yeah, it's just really freaky. You're over-exaggerating. I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair. Well, they certainly broke Taka.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Mean? Mean?
What the heck?
Mean.
Damn it!
Good grief, I don't understand why you have to pick apart every stupid little thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh,
The noble son of a noble family. Truly you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you are up next. I'm going to find you and kill you, understand?
In the name of my family.
For which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up!
Oh, so cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper, temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. Apologies if I'm giving anyone nightmares with Demon Bear, but it's the game's fault, not me. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair. Well, it started off with our best friend, effectively, betraying us. And then this one was just a roller coaster. God knows what chapter 3 is going to do. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. Today.
Well,
Later
anyway,
today. Tomorrow.
Like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part.
Who is he talking to? Genocide Jill?
You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right?
Someone's in on it.
Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now. So just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay?
Someone's in on it! Oh my god!
After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask
As
you.
long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh-hoo. My. You really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... Super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
If it turns out I'm this person, if it turns out this is me, we're gonna have words, Monokuma. I thought maybe it was Toko. Potentially because of I made an effort to bring you in so that you would kill someone. Unless it's the clairvoyant guy, because honestly, I can't get a read on him. I think I'm going to have to try and get closer to him this next round, because I really can't get a read on him. Or unless it's Kyoko. But I really don't want it to be. I really, really like her. I also want to get closer to her. Oh! Why do you do this at the end of the chapter? Now I definitely have to do another stream Friday. Tomorrow. 10 left. We've only got 3 more chapters, potentially. We received the crazy diamond present. Do we want to save? Yes. And we got a bloop, a bleep, and a bloop. I should leave it there.
I know I shouldn't cry.
Athena.
But
why is she in that underwear?
I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Getting out of here anytime soon. It's impossible. I can't let myself think about how much I want to get out of here. If I keep thinking like that, I might decide to.
Fan service moment. A certain kind of fan. Donuts. I'm gonna leave it at donuts. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Return to title. We're leaving it at donuts. We will commence chapter 3. We will commence chapter 3 tonight. Technically tomorrow night, because I will sleep, so therefore it makes it a new day, but it's already Friday here. So I will do an extra stream Friday. I don't usually have a Friday stream. And then Saturday, Sunday, just because honestly, I need to do more of this game. But then I'm gonna hit a slight snag, and I'm gonna run out of streams. So I'm having a brief break at the beginning of March. I put it in my Twitch schedule, so you'll be able to see which ones are cancelled. I will not be here to stream. Well, I'll not be able to stream. But yes. So this was a roller coaster. Ah, I'm glad you love them, Steve. They are epic, epic emotes. I love them too. There are still more to come. Kyra is doing some more because I don't know how to not have the amazing art. So I will have to sort them out a little bit. And like maybe get some voting on what needs to be which. But at the moment I'm just sort of assigning them a bit all over the place. However, for now, this is it for tonight. And we will leave it here. We'll be back in 19 and a bit hours for another stream because, yeah, I'm addicted to this game. We need to find out chapter 3. We're going to have to go through some talky story bits, but it's getting interesting. Someone in there is a plant, and there's a 16th student. But I have to go to bed because I have to work tomorrow. Damn it. I love my job, but I also want to just continue playing this game, but also I'm tired. But also... Ah! So, thank you very much to everyone for keeping me company tonight. Thank you for the host. Thank you, Jess, for the resub. Thank you to Leaky for gifting a sub to Pendafan. Appreciate all the company in the chat. It's been absolutely awesome. So yeah, I'll be back later. And yeah, hopefully you're enjoying it. This game is on Game Pass. Please pick it up. At the very least, download it. Even if you're not going to play it, download it. Because downloading it will help the devs, help support the devs, and they might bring out the second one to Xbox. If you do want to play it, it's on Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, you already own it. So, yeah, and apparently you can hold down B to skip the text. If you just want to skip up to where I am. Or if you want to explore it on your own, if you've missed bits. So you can also check out my YouTube, which has all my previous VODs, links in my bio. Or if you're watching this on YouTube, then yeah. But yes, so everyone have a lovely night. I will catch you later. And keep safe. Everyone keep safe. There's some shit going on in the world right now. Keep safe. All good. So I've been Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. I bid you good night. Don't murder anyone. And if you do a better job of covering it up.